And we're live. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. My name is ScottyD49, and as you can see, new look, new logo, new kit. Same bloke though. Welcome to the Tuesday night hobby stream. Thanks for joining me this evening. It's awesome to have you with me. As I said, if you've seen me on social media or on Instagram or wherever else you may have seen the links that I've posted, going live with some building of some Necrons for Warhammer 40k tonight. It's going to be absolutely awesome, just hanging out, chatting with you guys, sharing what I've been up to the past couple of weeks as I have not been live. So yeah, we're just going to, jump straight on in to working on these guys here, and I'm just going to turn on my hobby light and let that adjust. The one thing I forgot to do, but as per normal, guys, we're gonna work on some stuff, and it's gonna be awesome. So I've kind of been, hey Bav, how are ya? Morning to you too. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, I'm ready for the stream, 100%. As you can see, I've got some fresh overlays to go along with the logo. So, and I'm all good and ready to go. We're going to be building up more Necrons for Friday. Thanks. I commissioned a graphic designer to do them for me, and he got it to me in 2 days. The entire kit. So I'm really I was really happy with him. Spoke with him right through the entire process. So I'm really happy with how they've come out. All right. So I've got 4 Necron warriors built so far. I have built more stuff over the day. But Bab, how you been, mate? What's been happening? So I've got 4 done, so I should be up to 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. So number 21 should be the body that I'm looking for. So where is it? 41, 36, 46, 31. 21. Up in the corner. That's what we're after. All good, Bav. No sweat at all, mate. I appreciate the lurk, that's for sure. But I hope you're having a good day. Hope that work goes nice and smoothly for you as well. Oh, if you saw the photo, if you go into the Discord and look at announcements, you'll see everything that I've built so far. And that's the majority of it. It's all actually sitting behind me over on my shoulder as well. But hopefully I can get most of them in terms of what else I need to build built. Yes, this is true. A man can never have enough Necrons. This is also true, but yeah, dude, update that War on Grey plastic list with what you need to. Also, don't forget to, if you can, even just allocate 1 unit to each month as well. Would be good. That way, keep each other accountable and work together and encourage one another, which is kind of the whole plan of what I was going for with the War on Grey plastic. So. But yeah, no, I've got plans for more Necrons to come into the mix. Yeah, all good, man, all good. So everything's up there in the War on Grey Plastic channels and category on my Discord as well, as you're a part of. So it's all up there for you. Alright, and then Skull. Let's go this guy. Yeah, I did see those Poxwalkers as well, mate. Really good start. Really happy to see you getting a start. This isn't, unfortunately, on my list, as you've probably seen, is the Necrons. So I'm actually starting a bit behind but my first 2 units aren't actually that hard to do, so I'll be able to smash out these Necrons this week, and then next week I'll get back to getting through stuff as well. Alright. But yeah, and that's one thing you're probably going to have a lot of Poxwalkers yourself to be doing. Alright, I'm just going to adjust the towel that I'm sitting on that's on my chair, because my back of my knees are deciding to not play nice with my chair, and I don't necessarily want to be sweating the entire time. So hopefully that's a bit better. Alrighty, so generally I start off with filing the feet when it comes to assembly of the warriors. Just make sure it's all nice and flat, and then clean up the flash from said filing. I'm going to chuck my phone on Do Not Disturb so I don't get any Instagram notifications as well. Alright, and then just cleaning up the flash that's there as well. Alrighty. But yeah, so kind of the plan, and I might actually hide the War on Grey Plastic list so far. I'm gonna hide that. We don't really need that for this stream. We're just working on Necrons. So the full list of stuff I have gotten written out on the other side of the room, but forgot to bring over. So the plan is, I want to build 16 Necron what do I need to build is the actual question. I need to build 16 Necron warriors. I need to build 6 Scarab Swarm bases. Hey, Chief, Happy New Year to you too, mate. I have had a good one so far. How about yourself? How was your Christmas? How's your New Year's? Love to hear about it, mate. Because I remember you were saying before I finished up last year that you were working a fair bit, so I hope it wasn't too chaotic for you. Alright, so just cleaning up. I tend to do the inside legs first when cleaning the Necrons. I've always preferred doing the insides and then going back around the outside. It's just been a fair bit easier. Ah, man. That's rough to hear, Chief. Well, hopefully when things quieten down, you're able to, get some time off it and relax a bit. But I hope, do you get anything from Santa for your hobby stuff as well? Any hobby presents? Now, around the middle where the legs actually join is probably one of the trickiest spots to clean up on the entire thing. So I'm just trying to get sight on them and clean them up. But yeah, for myself, in terms of presents and such, I already got the hobby case that I've shown you guys and have got up on the Facebook page. I believe it's the pack 1520. I got that thing just what was it? Oh, nice. The bunker, some armigers, and Johnny Blue. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think the only hobby thing I got was actually I got a Jolt voucher from my in-laws. That was what I got. I really, apart from already having the packs, pack 7, not 720, sorry, 1520 XL. I really didn't want too much else. I'm more actually focused on some more PC stuff. So I actually got a new gaming mouse and gaming keyboard. And then also all the new overlays and everything. I got that over Christmas too. So I can kind of count that. But apart from that, not really too much else. I just want to work through what I've got, really. And then I'll end up, getting more stuff when I decide I want to. Is really where I'm at. Because I've still got a pile of stuff I want to get through and get done this year, and then that's still not even everything I've got to be done. There's still, other things to go back through and do, so I'm going to be at least another, kind of year or so just working through what I've already got. So maybe I need to speed up my processes, but for me, the one thing that I, kind of want to challenge myself is getting this Necron army done. So, funny story. It is for the painting challenge on Friday, the 12-hour stream, but a fellow streamer mate of mine, Mango Smasher, actually threw down the gauntlet to me and was like, I want to challenge you to paint 2,000 points. And in my mind, I'm like, 2,000 points is pretty much all the Necrons I own. And so I went, you know what? It means that I won't have any Necrons. I think I've got one. I'll have one model that I'll need to paint for the Necrons after this. Yeah. Now, for me, I don't back down from a good challenge. So, being my first 12-hour stream, let's see how it goes. Now, of course, we know that previously when I painted up my Necron test model, that took me a couple of hours because I was trying to get the process down pat. Whereas now I know the process, I know what I'm doing. I'm just hoping to go heck for leather. I need to pop in a Jolt probably on Thursday to pick up some supplies. I'm probably going to pick up a backup dry brush because I'm going to be doing a heck of a lot of dry brushing to get the look on the warriors and the destroyers and all that the way that I want them to be, because I dry brush Runefang Steel over the Lead Belcher undercoat to get a nice solid silver instead of airbrushing, which airbrushing, yeah, I mean that's kind of already getting half of the it's just all the Indominus stuff really. It's to get it legal per se, I don't necessarily need to, just to paint it up. But I chose to, so it's a battalion and patrol to get the 5 HQs. There's 50 Necron warriors, 15 Scarab bases, 6 destroyers. I've got an Overlord, 2 Scorpic Destroyer Lords, 2 Reanimators, 2 Cryptex. Like, I've got it on my phone, but virtually, like, for the most part, it's almost everything that I've got for the Crons. So, 2 lots of Indominus, minus 1 or 2 of the characters. I think maybe I don't have a second Overlord, which is okay. Like, that's not necessarily a hindrance or something I'm too concerned about, because I've got the Scorpic Destroyer Lords in there. But it's more just for me, that's what I've got to paint, So I'm just going to get in, get it done, really. So, and I'll be starting about 10 a.m. on Friday morning. And I'll be finishing either 10 or later that night. Now, I won't be doing... Yeah, it should be, because I'll be taking the Cryptex as Chronomancers for that 5-up invo. So the actual 2,000 point list is going to be a lot different to what's actually in the Indominus stuff. I'll probably take a single unit of 6 Scorpic Destroyers. I might take a Destroyer Lord, I'm not certain. Not sure about the Reanimators. Really, it's just what I've got there to be done. So, just slowly working through it and just slowly working on getting stuff done more than anything. I mean, if I'm able to come out with a, you know, nearly fully painted 2,000 point list. Yeah, Annihilation Barge is kind of on the list. I'm more thinking Ghost Arcs, which can also be Doomsday Arcs, for heavy stuff. Or even some of the new destroyers, like not the close combat one, the revamped gun destroyers is what I'm thinking. But again, things like that are like very hard in terms of getting models for at the moment anyway. So I'm more just, you know, I'll paint all this up and then I'll be like, all right, what do I actually want to run when I, you know, after I get the codex and have a proper read through, and because I haven't even bought the codex yet for these guys, so that's going to be on the horizon. But I'm also looking to offload, you know, some projects that I've had sitting there that I'm just not going to touch. And I say this every year that I'm going to offload my tower, but this year I'm actually going to do it. Going to get rid of those nefarious space commies, as I like to call them. Or as other people might call them, the fish space commies. But yeah, I've got a bunch of those that I'm just not going to do anything with. Like, I thought I'd be into them, and then I just, you know, I played a couple of games. Yeah, they're cool, but they really only do stuff in one phase, and that's not really something that I kind of want to go towards with a, you know, faction. Which is why Necrons kind of drew me in, because yes, they mightn't be able to. But it sounds good. Love to have. Yeah, the maiden battle. Yeah, it'd be good. We'll yeah, we'll definitely have a chat. Like, I'd like to actually get them fully painted and based. Obviously, I'm not trying to get them based in the 12-hour stream. That'll be, you know, gnarly to try and do. But I'm more just trying to get all the paint on as many of the models as I can. So yeah, once I get them fully painted and based, and the list that I'm, you know, able to run, we can definitely organize to have that maiden battle. I'm probably going to use them. Oh, excuse me. I'm probably going to use them for the Autumn League, is what I'm thinking. Just to see how they go and play something different than the Marines. So they'll definitely get onto the stream, that's for sure. Alright. So, but yeah. But yeah. So, Alright, now, I've cleaned up on the actual insertion points, so it's actually a bit easier for them to slip in. And yes, you know, I've got to go back through and I'll end up gluing, like I've glued the feet down, but I haven't glued the chest or anything, because they've actually got an opening, a pretty good opening in there. I might just tack glue them, because I've got the Revel glue that's got the metal that I can just tack it in there and move it around. So I've got that to do, and then yeah, but we'll see if I get a chance to do that. If not, I'll let the spray paint do it. But the goal is to spray paint pretty much everything that I've got ready on tomorrow, not tomorrow afternoon, sorry, Thursday afternoon. So it gives it a good solid kind of 12 hours to dry and cure. And to be ready to be painted as well. So I think the biggest focus is I need to sit down and write a game plan on how I'm going to go about painting these, so that I'm not just doing a monotonous 50 warriors straight off the bat, but you know, I do 10 warriors and then I move on to something else to kind of break it up. So, but I know the color scheme for the warriors is actually going to be the quickest one. So it's literally all it's going to be is a dry brush of... Yeah? What? Where did you go wrong against Skitarii Chief? What tactical error have you made that you can share with us? Alright, so I'm just getting all the points on the gun. The gun and the main part of the torso, you know, the other half of the torso and the legs are the pieces that take the most time in terms of cleanup. And so just knowing where all the mold lines are and where you're wanting to hit to clean it up really does speed up that process. And so because I've done 30 warriors already, I've done, you know, 3 of each pose and look. So cleaning them up doesn't take as long, except for when parts decide that they don't want to play ball. Effectively. Ah, yes. That one is a thing, because they count as having already moved. So I'm gonna guess that the Skitarii then turned around and deleted the repulsor before the eradicators could do anything, and then they had to take mortal wounds, and then the eradicators then either got to shoot back but were, you know, took some casualties, or they just got wiped out completely. Okay. So you didn't lose any of the eradicators, but yeah. So they were still able to fire to their... Yeah, nice. Yeah, Eradicate is a stupid strong at the moment. Just in terms of their comparative units, like, you know, the fact that they've got double shoot. Yes, it's at... Oh, nice. Must have been a really close game. Well, the score shows a really close game, but must have played out really closely as well. Well done, Chief. Awesome to hear that you're able to edge out a victory after the tactical blunder. But yeah, I think just... I don't know. Eradicate is really strong, you know, being that double shoot compared to, you know, the... What were the other guys? The aggressors. And then you've even got the heavy guys that need to, you know, still come out. The heavy intercessors. I don't know. Yeah. Depends on what the devs would be equipped with, though. Is the question. Like, whether it's going to be... You know, with the two squads, they're going to be multi-melters. Yeah, it's interesting to hear what you're thinking in terms of their loadout, because we can discuss that too. Because I mean, I don't know, like, now that they're 2 wounds, yeah, they're more viable, but you've got to have... I think you've just got to have an apothecary of some kind with them. Okay, Grav or Plasma. Yeah. I'd say probably Grav. If you're looking to do that, because the Plasma Cannon's got 36-inch range. You can move... You don't necessarily have to move those guys up, whereas the Grav having a bit shorter range at 24, they would get the use of the being in the Land Raider. So, like, I mean, if you want to test it, Chief, and you haven't got them like modeled up, let me know, and I've got Grav cannons and that, you know, I can let you use, and we can, you know, play test it if needed. But yeah, even if you want to just play test the list in general, we can test it against my Necrons, for example. All right. So, yeah, cool. All right, that's the gun down. So then slot that into there, and that slots more into there. Cool. And then he slots onto the base. Then we'll do the torso. And that shouldn't take too much to clean up either. Like, torso and head don't take long at all. They really don't. In terms of the front chest piece. And even to a certain point, you don't need to do it as heavy-handed as what I am with, you know, getting all the mold lines and doing all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, that does seem like I run plasma with my, like, when I just run standard Marines, I run very similar. I'm just not sure, you know, because they are heavy. Yeah. I don't know. I think it also depends on what's in the rest of the list and all that. But yeah, again, happy to play test it, see how it goes. But yeah, because there'll be 2 there that'll be firing on 2s. There'll be 2. The rest will be firing on 3s because obviously you're guiding the sergeant, guiding one of them with the sergeant from each squad. So his shots are probably definitely going to be hitting with the rerolls, or he's going to die if you overcharge. Yeah. Be interesting to see. Okay. So more of an armored style list. Hey, Mr. Hugh Man, coming in with a 2-party raid. How you doing, mate? Thanks for the raid. Hope you had an awesome stream. Welcome, raiders, as well. Hope you had a good time hanging out with Mr. Hugh Man. Yeah. Welcome. I am just working on assembling some Necrons and chatting about Space Marine lists as well with Chiefed. But yeah, hope you guys are having a good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. Hope you're having a good time. Oh. That's right, Bav. Hype. Fully hype. But yeah, no. What were you doing on your stream, Mr. Hugh? Alrighty. So this guy's almost done. Yeah, exactly. It's almost another one done. So you know, because I've gotten the process down of knowing where all the mold lines are, how to clean them, the best way to clean them, the best way to assemble them, these guys do not take long at all for me now. Cool. Ooh. Thinking of changing up to Death Guard Chiefed. 3 lots of 10 Termies, Typhus. I'm gonna guess that's Mortarion, and 3 Plague Burst Crawlers. Yep, the Plague Burst Crawlers are nasty and they're tough. From, you know, having played them in the 8th edition. But correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure if the the Death Guard Codex is out as of yet. Oh, Already got all the models sitting in boxes. Jeez. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, just waiting Codex, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how they shake them out. I know Disgustingly Resilience isn't going to be as good as what it was. Just from what they've already shown. This head just does not want to go on. At least not flat. There we go. And then the arm can pop back in. Just like that. Perfect. Have you considered possibly running some of the defilers? You could do that. But I think if you've got the Terminators, they're going to be up in your opponent's face. You won't necessarily need to be sending the Defilers forward. The Plague Burst Crawlers are actually, like, pretty good. At least playing against them, the Entropy Cannons are actually hidden gems. And the Massive Cannon on the back is nothing to be sneezed at either. Alright, so I'm just gonna lightly glue up the base and around the little... But what I was going to say is, have you considered putting in any Death Shroud Terminators for Bodyguard for either Typhus or Morty? Because they're really good. Not sure what they will be like, but I just know from talking with other Death Guard players that have played with Morty, really the way to get him in there is, you know, at least one unit of Death Shroud. Oh yeah, 100% they're nasty. 100%. You know, you're sitting there and they're, you know, they just take wounds and take wounds and take wounds. It's insane. Yeah, they are a bit, you know, cost, like dollar-wise, a bit pricey. But you know what? Yeah, 100%. I would say they're worse. Like, even now, with the way reanimation protocols work, they are worse than Cron Wraiths. Because reanimation protocols work on, you have to roll enough 5-ups for the number of wounds of the model that you're bringing back. So bigger units actually don't benefit much from reanimation protocol. Like big units and multi-wound models. It's, yeah, that's why you'll see in my list going warrior heavy. I'm thinking eventually I'll end up having 60 warriors. 2 units of 20, 2 units of 10. You know, that's almost that's 130 per 10. So that's, you know, close to, it's 260. That's close to 800 points of my list in, you know, 2 blobs that will just do nothing. Hey, Cypher, how you going? Yeah, 780, yeah. So, that's a lot of points to sink in. But the fact that you just need to roll 1/5 up to bring a guy back, that's where the strength of the Warriors is now. And I think you see a lot of Necron players tending towards doing more of a Warrior Horde style list. At least that's the way I'm going to be going. Alright. This is 5 Warriors down. We're going to build another 5, and then we're going to do a Plasmanta, is what we'll do. Break it up a little bit. Alright, so we need 26 to 30 are the part numbers I need. And I do need to get out another 5 bases, which is fine. I'm glad that I was able to put the bases into a bag like a Ziploc bag when I took them away. Otherwise, they would have gone everywhere in my Indominus box that I took with me. Just would have been insane. So yeah. Cypher, how was your Christmas and New Year's, mate? Yeah, it was good. It was good. Having big units of multi-wound models let you attempt reanimation when multiple die. 9 scarabs. If 7 or 8 die, you're likely to get 1 or 2 back in reanimation. Whereas if you had 4 or 5 bases, either all die or don't reanimate, or 1, 2 and die and none reanimate. Yeah, that's like that is 100% on the money. So it's either you're going for big units or you're going min-max. Like, I mean, for me, when I run Scarab Swarms, I'm running 3. And they're going to be more backfield, you know, blocking and all that kind of stuff, rather than an objective grabbers, rather than pushing them up and trying to, you know, do stuff with them. An actual Goldfish, welcome, mate. Not late at all, my friends. We're currently about 45 minutes into the stream, so not late whatsoever. We're still going through, kicking, building some Necrons at the minute. Well, pretty much all stream I'll be building Necrons, I should say. But how are you, mate? You know, hope you're going well. Chief, have I considered the Super Heavy Destroyer? So in a unit of 3 with a Lord will be done. Yeah, that is one thing. Like, as I said, I haven't got my hands on a codex, so I don't actually know some of what, you know, rerolls or abilities certain units have. Even though, yes, I can look up on Battlescribe and do all that, I'm actually personally not a big fan of Battlescribe. I prefer to do all my lists by hand and look at the rules. Cypher, I don't have any Satan shards yet. That'll be something that will be on the list. At least I'm looking at probably a Nightbringer at minimum. Yeah, oh dude, I get that. I get that. An actual goldfish. I am married myself, and you know, as with any relationship, there is always going to be high points and low points. So you just kind of, you know, roll with the punches is how I like to do it. But yeah, I suppose apart from Chief, Cypher, and an actual goldfish, did you guys get any hobby Christmas presents? Yes, I 100% agree with you on that. An actual goldfish, when they killed Fantasy, yes, that was a low point for me too. I think a low point for many people. So, you're not alone. not alone at all in that. No models for Cypher, but you got the Player's Handbook for D&D, some files, and some AK Streaking Grime. Nice. I have heard that the AK interactive products are absolutely amazing to use. So, definitely enjoy those. Thanks, Bav. If you guys have not jumped in on the Discord server, Bav has just hit the command for it. The link is there if you want to join in there. We've got the War on Grey Plastic happening there as well, and you can shoot up what hobby you're working on and other stuff as well. An actual goldfish got a new knight. Bring me up to 3. Still working on number 2. Nice, man. What knight variant was it? Was it just a standard one? Was it armages, or was it a big boy Castellan? Yep, that's fair, Cypher. That is fair. You know, not being able to use it because you're working on another project on your Necrons. Very, you know, same as me. But you've got the Sandstone Necrons. What's your in terms of your other color, your offset color, what color are you using to offset your Sandstone? Yeah, nice, mate. Awesome. So you got the character knight of Canis Rex. But I'm sure you could probably convert up one and do something special that's going to be different to it, like make that knight, the second one, like your, if you were to run a knight army, you know, make it your warlord. Or if you don't run Canis Rex, then, you know, you've got something relatively unique that you could use. So blue, okay, yeah, blue works. Another color I've seen a lot of people do, and I mean a lot, so it's probably good that you haven't gone down this route, is doing purple. So, oh, nice, an actual goldfish. Yeah, I'm like, I personally don't own any knights, so I think it is all one box nowadays. But obviously in the Canis Rex box, it'll have the specific extra parts. All good, Cypher, no worries. I'll catch you when you pop back in. But yeah, no, I'd love to see some of the work that you've been putting in an actual goldfish as well. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So, man, that's crazy. That's a good Christmas present. For myself, I actually didn't get the only hobby thing I got, as I was telling Chief earlier. Nah, all good, man. I'm sure we'll be able to you know, get the idea of what you're working on despite the potato phone. But yeah, it should be good. Thanks for jumping in the Discord as well. Really appreciate that. It's one of the places where you'll be able to see I generally will post up there what the streaming and when I'm going to be doing for the week, and keep you guys apprised when the stream's actually going to be happening and such. Thermal cannon. Chiefs. Thoughts on the thermal cannon? It changed recently, didn't it? Because of the weapons, because it's a melter. Let me see if I can pull up its stats real quick. So I've got my tablet directly next to me that I'm actually using as my as a stream deck to a certain extent. Let's go the FAQs. Where is it? Chaos Knights. We want our friends Imperial Knights. Because it probably got changed. Let's have a look. Nope. None of the weapons got updated. Yeah. Let me see. I should have the 8th edition version of the thermal spear. Great. It's just one. Oh no. Maybe I can get around it. Yep, there we go. Give me a hot minute. Thermal cannon. D6 shots, strength 9, neg 4, D6 damage. If you're in half range, I dare say it's just a +2 wounds now. I think being the multiple shots is what's risky about them. Because you can either roll... Well, depending on the target and depending on whether it's a blast weapon now or not. Maybe an actual goldfish might have some more insights being a knight player or having a couple of knights. So he might have some insight that he jumps in with. But personally, if it's a blast weapon, if it's something that's 5 or more models in that unit, it's gonna get more shots. Obviously it's going to be minimum of 3 at that point, but really that's something you're wanting to use against heavier infantry like Terminators or Eradicators, or vehicles is where you're wanting to point that thing at. Hey, Andrew PWH, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream and welcome to the chapter. Yes, that is what the the sub and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be Space Marine aligned from now on. So, which is awesome. Yeah, like I'm not sure what their newer stats are, but it's all good, Andrew. No dramas at all. And yeah, I have been doing so for quite a while. What was it? Started August. August last year is when I jumped in and streaming. But I also, when did I start this evening? About an hour ago is when I started. So, but thanks for jumping in, mates. How you been? What's been happening? Hope you've had a... Yeah, that's also true. That is also true, mate. Not too easy, Chiefs. Catch you in a minute. But yeah, so I've been getting a bit better with the streaming and all that with custom overlays and stuff now as well. But how was your New Year's? How was your Christmas and New Year's, Andrew? Hope you were able to get some downtime. And did you get any hobby for Christmas? Have you been working on anything new? Love to hear about it. Oh, nice. That's awesome, man. What else have you got left to build for them that you've been working on? And I'd love to hear what you've got so far for them as well. Because being an old school high elf player myself, I absolutely, I love elves. Haven't jumped on the Lumineth yet. Nice. Second unit of Horse Riders, awesome. But, oh dude, what are your thoughts on the new Techless model? Like, I'd love to hear your thoughts. And how was he to build? That's the question. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he kind of does, doesn't he? At least in terms of his face, I would say. And even how, like, they kind of have him posed as well. Yeah, like, I really like the Sphinx. I think I would have liked it a bit better. Like, don't get me wrong, the model's amazing. I just don't know how confident you'd be transporting him because of the connection between the Sphinx and Techless himself. And how, like, I'm not sure how solid that joint is. So yeah, but maybe I can dig out the old high elves at some point, have a look at what I can do. Yeah, see, I would have actually, like, if they were gonna do something like that, I know that they've got the mage that's on that rock pile. Nah, all good, Chiefs. I will catch you soon. I'll be on until pretty late tonight, so no stresses at all. Well, no stress at all, I should say. Yeah, the cow wizard. Like, I would have actually liked to have seen maybe something like that. Maybe him not, fold crossed legs and sitting on the rock pile, but maybe him standing on it instead. Because if he was standing on it then, you know, in front of the Sphinx per se, you know, he'd be his own separate model. You'd be able to take him off to paint really easily and all that kind of stuff as well. Plus, you would have then also kept the aesthetic of, you know, him still being with the Sphinx. Okay, so you just remove him from the joint. Yeah, I think more my point with that is that you're not having to, like, I'm not sure what the contact point's like, so it just depends on whether that contact point has got any of the wing attached and trying to not get paint on the wing as well as on Teclis himself. Is more what I was trying to get at, but again, okay, cool, so there's no actual wing on him, hence the really small contact point. Okay, cool, so then it should be pretty fine to paint. Okay, so he just slots in. But yeah, okay. So, yeah, 2 is the actual goldfish. A little bit of discussion around Imperial Knights and Thermal Spears. And, you know, what, like, their profile and, what they're, you know, if they're any good now. And then we're just currently discussing the new Teclis model for the Age of Sigmar Lumineth elves. But other than that, you have not missed much at all. Yeah? Like, in terms of their profile, like, have they changed at all since last edition, or are they still random D6 shots? And strength and iron, neg 4, D6 damage. I dare say the update would have been half range, would be +2 to the damage now instead. Were there any changes in terms of just its profile? Okay, cool. So standard is what they are in the 8th edition codex. Cool. Yeah, Chief was just asking about them. So them, you know, for his list, because he's got armigers that he's using at the moment, but he was asking whether a thermal spear would be good, and we were just talking through it a bit. It'd be good for, like, heavier infantry. Well, heavy infantry like, you know, Terminators, Eradicators, anything Gravis armor, you know, Destroyers, Wraiths, that kind of stuff, because of the low shots. Yeah, that's what my thought was. I went to the Warhammer community site to look at the Knight FAQ as well, to see if there was any changes to thermal spears, and there wasn't. I think the only one might be if it gets the blast special rule, which I think it does. That's the only other change that I think it would be, personally. So, against a unit of, you know, more than 5 models, he gets 3 shots minimum. Against 10, he gets all. Against 11 plus, he gets all shots. So, which kind of does help a D6 weapon, D6 random shot weapon, but again, it requires you firing against a large unit. But yeah, apart from that, just hanging out, chatting with some of the other guys in chat as well. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm a big magnetizing fiend. So I 100% agree with you there. Anything that you can magnetize, you should magnetize. Which can also lead you down a very busy path in terms of building and painting, because magnetizing, you know, if you don't know how to do it properly, can take you some time. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play in the Kaldheim pre-release. I might. I'll see how I go, just with the stream schedule. You know, I could also stream it, quite possibly. Do the Saturday morning. What weekend is it? An actual goldfish. That's rough, man. Yeah, Australia Post is, they're really feeling it at the moment. 22nd of Jan. What's that going to be? Yeah. I'll think about it. Quite possibly. I haven't played in a pre-release in a hot while, so it would be good to jump in on. And I've just done the fatal mistake that I've done so many different times with this kit, is I've got the wrong gun. So I'll bring it up. I've got the wrong gun for the wrong arm. I've done this so many times, it's not funny. It is seriously not funny anymore. I swear blind, I cut out the right one. Again, I cut out 43A instead of 28A. Because these numbers and letters are just confusing me. You'd think you'd kind of do it in sequential order, but no. Yep, stream ruined, stream's gone. That's it, that's end of my night, I'm done. No. Yes, numbers and letters are hard. Especially when you combine them into rules. But yeah. Oh, man. Oh, well, at least it means it's one less gun that I have to clean up later. I've just got to think of it that way. But yeah. Hope you guys are having a great time hanging out, chatting with me, and, you know, hope, you know, you're either working on your own hobby and just chilling out, or even just chilling out and having a chat with me. And just hanging around whilst you're doing whatever you're doing in your life. So, I better change that to my stream deck, so then I can swap that around for stuff. But yeah. Well, this will mean once I get these 5 Necron Warriors done, that, oh, yep, will do. Yeah, Too Easy Andrew, I appreciate the lurk. And Bav, thanks for redeeming a stretch. Oh. Yep. Oh, dude. If you saw my Facebook story, I hit the gym. First time for 2021. And man, it was a brutal sesh. Let me change the intermission here. I'm just gonna stand up for a sec and just stretch out fully. So yeah, first gym sesh back, and I just went for it. Hey, I Yeah, went very hard, and I loved it. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love going to the gym and you know, the HIIT classes that I do. But yeah, I was just wrecked afterwards, which, you know, is a good thing. I'm not going to say it's not, you know, because that's something that I want to stay on top of my health and stay healthy, as Bav has said. And so, you know, part of that is having a stretch channel point redemption, but also just you know, eating well, eating healthily, eating the right stuff. I got my water too. Oh, there goes my light. Yep, drinking enough water as well. Making sure I've got the right fluids in me. Oh, and there goes the color of the light, which is not what we want. And then it's decided to do a stupid thing. Hopefully I can get this to fit better again. Alright, and then something's happened here. Nah, it's fine, Bab, don't stress. For some reason this has slipped back a bit. I had it set up so it's actually the entire cutting board fits in on the screen. Because otherwise, if I'm over here, half my hand's underneath my face cam. So that's not really any good to us. But nah, don't sweat it, man. It's all good. Alright, where was I up to? But yeah. Alrighty. So hopefully, once I finish off doing this gun, then that's the first or the second one done that I need to do for this unit. Alrighty. But yeah, so hope you're having a good day at work today as well, Bav. Hope it's not too crazy busy for you, being the start of the year. I know sometimes, depending on the job, it can be. I know at least for me it will be when I go back, but I don't go back till next week, so hence 12-hour stream on Friday. Alright. Alright, so alright, let's come on. That's the only problem sometimes, is that the shavings. Yep, alright, let's have a cheeky look, or at least I'll have a look. Everyone else, if you want to check them out, they're going to be in the Discord. Oh, they're not potato photos at all, actual goldfish. They're actually pretty good. Like, yeah, that Castellan's nice, man. I like how you've done the plasma as well, and the burn effects on the melters. And then the assembly process of the other second night. So, nah, definitely not potato photos, mate. They're good enough. They're good quality. Don't don't think too badly. Yeah, everyone's got their own skill level, dude. everyone's got their own skill level, their own painting style, and what they like. So, you know, as long as you're happy with it, that's all that should matter, man. At the end of the day, if someone, you know, decides that, you know, they want to not like it or don't like your color scheme, then you know what? It's not their model. So, you know, they can, yeah. Their opinion doesn't matter. What matters is what you think of it, and as long as you're happy with it, that's the important part. Yeah. I think the only exception that I would say that comes close to that, and again, it's in this aspect, it shouldn't be more of a, you know, you know, they don't like the paint job or anything. It's just at events, if people, you know, have to pick, you know, best painted armies and such, then of course there's going to be, you know, preference. But again, that's not to say that, you know, that their opinion does matter. It's just in that case, that's when it's actually being asked for, and you know, by the event organizer, and that is when it is valid. But that is the only circumstance when it is. And that being said, it's not being presented to you. It's actually being presented to the. Yeah. Yes, there are some like. There are some people that are absolute amazing painters, and then there are some people who are like, you know, yourself and myself that, you know, yeah, we can paint okay, but we're nothing insane. Like, when, you know, there's a reason why we aren't commissioned painters, right? Like, we can, you know, we can hold our own with a brush, but, you know, we're no Kenny Boucher. Yeah, it's too easy, Cypher.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Cypher coming in with the Prime sub. Oh, dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, mate. Really do appreciate that. Yeah, as I was closing out my stream, my final stream for 2020, funnily enough, an actual Goldfish subbed as well. And I was, yeah, just blown away by, you know, it. And again, like, no, like, I don't do this for the money. I just do this to share the hobby with you guys. So pretty much any, you know, as I said at that stream, and as I said to actual Goldfish at the time, pretty much any subs or donos or bits or anything, just go straight back into paying stuff for the stream. You know, whether that's going to be emotes in the future, which is definitely something I'm looking at doing, and the subs will be the first ones to get some, stuff like that. But I will be noting the subs as the first company of the chapter. So, welcome to the first company, brothers. So, nah, but really appreciate it, Cypher. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of stuff over the Christmas New Year's break for the stream, and just thinking about stuff, and something that, you know, if you haven't got the stream full screened, if you scroll down, if you have a look at my team, you'll see that I'm a part of the pipeline team. So, and I'll explain a bit about it. So, Pipeline is a pretty much streaming mentorship program that was co-founded by two streamers. One of them I actually would say, is pretty big. Oh, excuse me. Was someone who, I watch his streams and I really like his content. Stone Mountain 64. And then also Snoopy. They both founded Pipeline probably about 12 to 18 months ago. And pretty much it's exactly as it, somewhat sounds. It's a streaming mentorship program. They've got, a bunch of resources to help streamers improve what they're doing, how they're going about it. And I've been a part of it for just over 2 to 3 weeks, and it's awesome. There's so much content in there that that I've learnt and I've been able to apply to my streaming for your guys' benefit at the end of the day. Because I want to provide, quality content for you, so that you enjoy. Oh yeah, he is an actual goldfish. 100% is a legend. So yeah, he's absolutely awesome to chat with and hear from him about stuff. I'm just going to quickly open my window because it's actually like increasing in temp with my AC going. I'll be a second. Cypher, yeah, he called it the YOLO series. Was his meme, the meme series of videos. Started off on Battlefield, but then on Call of Duty now. He's also done it on, I think it was PUBG. But yeah, that's, same guy that did those. But yeah, so, that's something that you guys will see if you watch any of my wargaming streams. From now on, I will have a Pipeline logo, and I haven't changed it back. A Pipeline logo down the bottom of the stream as well. And I'll probably end up doing a panel up for it, just talking about it and explaining it for you guys. But yeah, I've met some amazing people on there. Yeah, pretty much. I remember, like, back when this was easy 9 years ago, maybe 10, going on 10 years now. I remember seeing one of his first Battlefield 3 YOLOs, and man, it was awesome. I absolutely loved it. And of course, like, I really enjoyed playing Battlefield 3 at the time. So, like, I think, yeah, him, being a funny, chill dude is something that, has, influenced somewhat of my own streaming and my persona. And, like, not that I'm not being disingenuous by any means, but, this is, who I am normally anyway, so, yeah. But it definitely he's a great example, he's got a lot of knowledge, so it's, it's really good to be able to chat with him and get information and just build stuff. Yeah. That's fair enough. Fair enough, actual goldfish. I personally have never played Arma 3. But I understand kind of the like I have seen videos of it and such, so I do get what you're talking about. And you know, there are going to be people out there that, you know, do take it very seriously and are quite toxic, or are a little toxic, as you say, you know. But it's, you know, it's just the people that you choose to surround yourself with at the end of the day. Alrighty. And then that head is almost fully fit. Yeah, like, Cypher 100%. Like, for me, if... I'm gonna be fully honest here. If Airsoft was allowed in Australia, I'd be all over it. You know, I'd absolutely love to do it, and you know, that's be something that I'd want to do, and you know, so there is that, but you know, everyone's different, so you know. Yeah, like, there's always going to be that kind of issue, right? You give people a position of power and then it can go to their head, right? It's like anything. So, you know. But at the end of the day, like, as long as you're as your own person, you know, you're respectful to other people, and you know, and how you are within the community, then you know, they don't really have anything that they can say against you in that regard. Yeah, I haven't had the personal experience with Eve. I haven't played it, or you know. Yeah, that's true. Mr. Human, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it, and welcome to the chapter. Alright, this head is not wanting to play nice, and I don't get why. Yep. Yeah, I heard like the whatchamacallits, the court, the alliances and such are quite huge in Eve. So that's my knowledge in the extent of Eve, to be honest. This head's not want to stay on, so you know what? It's going to get glued. And then the plastic will just meld together. Yep. Oh, that's actually a cool mechanic, actual goldfish. I actually quite like the sound of that. Oh yeah, it's like WoW guilds, right? There's like hundreds of thousands of people that are involved in them, and you know, you can get 20, 30 people in a raid at a time on WoW, stuff like that. Like, I dare say it's probably very similar. So, But yeah, it's just something I haven't personally looked into. Oh gosh. That does sound like a bit of a money pit there, Cypher, for people. Yeah. I'm not saying they're the same at all. There would be. I'm more saying that there are similarities. You know, and actual goldfish, like doing that kind of stuff reminds me of Escape from Tarkov. Personally, where you can have stuff running in your hideout, and then you leave it for X amount of time, and you come back once it's done. Or you do that whilst you're in an actual game itself. So, alright, 32, there you are. Yeah, waiting for insurance as well. Yep, waiting for it to return. Even if you know a player killed you, just waiting to see what they actually left behind. Oh, that's interesting, Cypher, to hear that there's kind of that internal economy with regards to, increasing skill and ability and things like that in game. But yeah. But also, speaking of Escape from Tarkov, I will be doing, and now this will just be a bit of a test to see how it actually goes for the stream. But on Saturday night, starting 7 PM Australian Eastern, I will be doing an Escape from Tarkov stream. There is a fresh wipe afoot, and it's time to get stuck in. Actual goldfish, it raises mine too. It's just one of those games that's just like, it's tense. But I have not had the opportunity to play the fresh wipe yet, so I'm gonna get my task Andy on, and I'm gonna start just going in there and getting stuff done. But it's, yeah, I do enjoy it. I just enjoy more playing with other people. So I've actually got one of my mates who I've played with before, the Goodest Boy. He will be joining us, and we'll be doing it in a Tarkov University style. So we'll be walking through, why we're doing things, how we're doing things around a specific aspect throughout each raid, and what we're going in to do specifically, and things like that. So trying to add a bit of a different element to it, and see how that goes, because there are times where I play Tarkov and after about 2 raids I quit, because I'm like, nah, I'm done, this is just stupid, I'm sick of getting one shot, all this kind of stuff. So but with the fresh wipe, hopefully that won't be as bad. But we all know that drops are happening at the moment, and streamers are doing 24-hour streams. If you didn't, then now you do. Oh, Toz, oh man, have I got a story for you then, actual goldfish? Now, unfortunately, I did not have this recording, and this was on a non-stream sesh of Tarkov as well. So I was scathing on Shoreline, literally with a Toz. And so up behind the concrete bunker, kind of where on the right when you run down and past, there's that little dip. Down in there was a player camping with an SVDS. So I come, running up after looting some stashes. I got a like a little sight on my TOS. I pop around this corner. I see this dude camping, like sitting there with his SVDS, and I just snap on, bang, headshot, one shot, kill him with the TOS as a scav. And the yeah. I kid you not, this dude was just. Oh, he probably did. He probably did. So then I'm like, oh gosh. And there's other gunfire around and everything, so I'm stuck at that rock just down to the left after looting all, like getting the good stuff out, and I'm like, right. My extractions were either admin basement up at the resort, or I think it was ruined house fence was my other one. I can't necessarily remember, but they were in opposite directions. Now I heard gunfire up to resort, and I'm like, oh, and it was getting close. And so I was like, I'm really stuck here. And I was like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna avoid this gunfire. Little did I know, ever seen reanimated conversions to spiders? In terms of like the new converting the new canoptic spiders into reanimators? And if that is correct, then no, I have not. So with deciding to go to ruined house fence, or one of the other ones that was down that way, I decided to run. Then I got blasted by a guy from my left with an M4. So I'm kind of like, I'm annoyed because I didn't get the SVDS out or any of this player's gear. Yes, exactly. So I was like, but I didn't hear this guy come up and sneak up on me. It was a player. He must have heard me with the TOS go off and then come down to investigate, and just blew me away with the M4. Oh, so the opposite. So taking like the legs of the actual reanimated down to a canoptic spider. No, I haven't. There has been like one thing I was considering before I found this out. I was considering getting the Doomsday Cannon parts and turning one of the reanimators into a, the one with the Doomsday Cannon on it. Pardon me. But he was I was talking with a mate of mine, and he told me, yeah, it's at least 2 inches taller. And I'm like, there's no way that I'm really going to be able to model that up to do that too well. So, decided against it. But most, if not all, the new Necron stuff. Oh, it's all good. It's all good, Cypher. They're both getting painted up on Friday. Or at least I'm trying to, for the challenge, because they're a part of my list. But if I decide to get any more of the reanimators to do it with, I will let you know. I really do appreciate that, mate. But yeah, so I've had some fun raids on Tarkov as well. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's what I thought it was gonna be. Like, no face shield, or his face shield would be up. I was going in on the white back in April. I think this was my first raid in the customs. Yeah, 100%. If you're not, you know, having your face shield down or going in with a face shield, then, you know, it's not gonna do you too much good. However, speaking of face shields, apparently they got nerfed again. So they're actually, you know, even more pointless unless you're wearing an Alton or a killer helmet or one along those lines. So, but yeah, first wipe, first customs run of the fresh wipe back in April with my buddies. And we're like, one of them's, you know, he's gotten level 12, so he's pretty thick already. Or he's getting there. And we run in, we go to dorms, clear it, and then I managed to find on one of the jackets, I kid you not, marked room key for customs. First raid, I found a marked room key. I'm like, goodness me. So we go unlock it, I get a DTMDR, and another couple of things, but that was just insane. To find that first up, I was just shocked more than anything. So yeah, but I'll be looking to do some EFT on stream at some points as well. I won't do it as my main kind of content. Yes, it was, funnily enough. I had some pretty terrible raids. But yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is. You know, I do enjoy a good bit of EFT with mates, not by myself. So, but yeah, I'll be doing, yeah, I'll be introducing some video gaming stuff to you guys, probably on a once a fortnight basis, just to kind of break up all the hobby and stuff. And mainly that'll be generally either Friday nights or Saturdays. So Tuesdays you'll definitely just be able to tune in, and it'll either be a live game of 40k, or it'll be me doing hobby, hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, so I'll jump between games as well. If you know, if you guys really enjoy Tarkov, I can, you know, tee up with some other people to keep on playing Tarkov. Or, you know, another one I've been really enjoying is the roguelike game called Hades. That I think it was one of the game of the year ones last year. Is really good. I really enjoy playing that, and it's good fun. But you know, also some Magic Arena or some Cyberpunk as well. So there'll be a variety of stuff I test out, and you know, it'll be more of a just a bit of a break from the hobby, just to play some video games and, you know, share my love of video gaming as well. But yeah, we'll start off with Tarkov and see how that goes. But yeah, no. How have you played any of the new wipe actual Goldfish as well, or have you just been steering clear for a bit, wait until all the chads rush through to get all their stuff and then jump in yourself? Fair enough. Yeah, one of my mates that I went to high school with, he was the one that first showed me Tarkov. And he played it for a while back then, and then, yeah, oh, I understand, so, I understand going back and forth. It's one of those ones, like, you've got to have the right mindset going into it. I reckon you've got to be able to be like, look, if I die, it doesn't matter. I don't care. But of course, I was, funnily enough, I was watching another streamer, I think it was yesterday or the day before, No, I think it was Sunday, actually, and he was going through raids, and he was just pretty much saying there's really two mentalities of Tarkov players. It's like when you go and you kill someone, it's like, yeah, awesome. You know, and whatchamacallit, you know, you kill someone and you go, oh yeah, get shit on and all this kind of stuff. You know, cop it and whatnot. And then there's the other spectrum that's like, when you die, the players immediately call bullshit, or it's desync, or some other kind of, you know, hacker or something like that. They just lose the handle, and it's definitely 100% true. 100% true of Tarkov. When they put the timers on scav raids and made you heal your dude, I slowed down a bit. Yeah, fair. Like they've added healing a lot. There's a lot of healing. Yeah, 100%, 100% actual goldfish. Like that is the mentality of a Tarkov player. Every time. You know, it's either one or the other. You don't get anyone in between. And yeah, it's insane. It's so funny. Yeah, they've added in, I'm not sure if you've been keeping up with it too much, they've added in heavy bleeding now, which is different to light bleeds. They've got... Yeah. I think they've changed that now, so they start at halfway. I think they start at like whatever half they are, so like your head's at 15 or something. Yeah. But now they've added, you know, instead of actually having to buy grizzlies and other meds, you can actually at the end of a raid just pay therapist. I think at most it's like maybe 5,000 rubles, depending on what you've got on you, maybe a little bit more, to actually heal you at the end of the raid, so you don't have to waste actual heals in your hideout to do it. I think they made it free for the first 5 levels as well, so they've got that in there now as well, which a lot of players actually just make use of. They'll just fork over the money. Yeah, it does, but, you know, grizzlies are actually quite a bit easier to come by now, and finding them. But not many people use them, so they're actually not too expensive. Yeah, oh, dude. Everybody dies a lot. It's the nature of, thingy. I have seen some videos about Stalker, of Chernobyl. That's the one where it's got like all the AIs, the random AI robots everywhere, right? And it's kind of like you've got to go around and find stuff to build weapons and such. It's kind of along those lines. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Ah, right, okay. That seems very interesting. I'll have to look into it. So it's yeah, okay. I'll definitely look into it then. So yeah. Okay, so FPS but heavily RPG. Cool. That actually sounds up my alley, because I do enjoy a good RPG, but I also do enjoy a great FPS as well. So we'll have to, you know, I might end up streaming it. Who knows? Give it a crack on stream and... But, yeah. Yeah. Nah, I don't mind good old school games, personally. I think some of the old school games are, you know, a lot better than some of the newer ones. To an extent. Yeah, okay. So there's a number of games in the series are okay. Cool. But yeah. Yeah, okay. I never played, now I'm probably gonna butcher pronouncing it. Ah, okay, the old OG version, right. I've actually never played that one myself as well. Like, growing up, I was very much, like, first-person shooter. Deus Ex. Okay. Deus Das Ex. Yeah. I won't get it. I'll Deus Ex. Okay. Okay. I'll try. I tried. Whether I butchered it or not is another story. Okay. Yeah, definitely sounds Latin, that's for sure. Definitely sounds Latin. But yeah, no, growing up, I played a lot of the old school Medal of Honors and Battlefield games. That was more where I was. My gaming was at. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it is Latin. Awesome. The more you know. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's not necessarily militaristic in its flavor. So yeah, as I was saying, I you know, grew up playing Medal of Honor and Battlefield, and then COD 4 came out and I was all over that thing on PC. And then transition to console from there. But now I'm back to PC, funnily enough. Yep, I actually did play the Red Faction as well. That was one that I did play. So, yeah, it's good fun. Another one was Tom Clancy's. Like there was Black Hawk Down and Delta Force and all those games. I really enjoyed playing those ones as well. Oh, Destructible Environments is so much fun. I remember first playing Battlefield 3 and being introduced to that. I was like, this is awesome. Getting to destroy stuff left, right, and center was good fun. With heavier RPGs and grenade launchers and grenades. It's good fun. Or even just rockets from a helicopter. Oh yeah, Nova Logic, yeah. But they were based off Tom Clancy's novels. Yep, that's fair. Blowing up poor people's homes with grenade launchers or RPGs in. Oh, I was playing that when I was relatively young, actually. I think like 8 or 9, because my dad had it, and he absolutely enjoyed it. I went back a couple of years late, so I think it was maybe 2013. I went back and played through them and absolutely loved them. Whoop, there goes the head. It was just so much fun. But yeah, then there was Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter. I enjoyed that. I played number 2 before I played number 1, but I really enjoyed playing number 2. It was very tactical and yeah. Alright, what's going on here with you? You're... not wanting to stay again. Yeah. Nah, fair enough, man. You're only 3 years older than me. I'm 26, so... yeah. The OG Ghost Recons. Yeah. I think I played maybe one of them. Of the OGs, maybe, I'm not certain. But yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough, Cypher. I never play. I haven't heard of Freelancer. I've never played it, so and I'll probably get roasted for that, but that doesn't matter too much. All right, that's 2 Necrons down, and we're at 2 hours in. I've done 2 Necrons. Okay. Wait, is it one where that you go around actual goldfish? Okay, I might have played it, but I'm not sure of like if this is it. Like you go around, right, in the space, and you're in a ship, and you pick up like there's little drops and everything that have got different gun options in there. Yes, I'm now onto the 3rd, Bav. Onto the 3rd. And you've got this massive ship that you're trying to take down. In space. Does that sound familiar to it? Because I do remember playing a game like that. I just never knew the name of it. I reckon if I search it up, I'll be able to... let's, I'm gonna look it up. Actually, yeah, I have played this. I have played Freelancer. I played it when I was like 5. And I haven't known what that game is for years. And I've, wanted to find it. I absolutely loved it. Oh. Now yeah, okay. Yeah, that's... Because I've always wondered what that game was, because I always had fond memories of playing it, but I just never knew what it actually was called. So, that's awesome. I'm glad that I now know what that game is. No, literally on my phone I just googled the images and it looked exactly how I remember the HUD of it being, and you flying around and all that stuff. Like, it's just so vivid in my... I appreciate it, actual goldfish. I really do. Alright, there's the 40 head. But yeah, I never ever knew what the actual name of the game was until now. Freelancer. But yeah, there was one level that I never would seem to get past, and then I'd just give up at that point. So... But yeah, awesome. And then there's also another one that actually just released its 4th game in the series, Serious Sam. I remember playing Serious Sam as a young kid. And you're probably thinking, what the heck were your parents letting you play those games? Playing Serious Sam at that age? Yes! It was so much fun. I thoroughly enjoyed number 2, actually. I didn't play too much of number 1, but number 2 I thoroughly enjoyed. Yeah, that, like, I wasn't playing co-op at that point, but I guess, like, it would be now, being able to do that, be so much fun. Just rocking around, blowing the crap out of these enemies. It's just so much fun. And yeah. So that kind of gives you an idea of like where my gaming history and my love of gaming has come from. Were there any other games that you guys really enjoyed playing? Yes, I know, not entirely off the hook. Maybe I'll add it to the list. Final Fantasy, yep. See, now that I know the style that those get, like, I think I played Final Fantasy X when it was the turn-based strategy game. Oh, nice, Bav. That is something different. But, you know, there are people that stream those games. You know, they stream Farming Simulator and Truck Simulator and all that kind of stuff. You know, even Microsoft Pilot Simulator. Flight Simulator, sorry. So, you know, man, like, each to their own. Even, like, as I was telling the actual Goldfish earlier, it's the same with video games. Like, everyone has their own tastes. Everyone enjoys different styles of games. Like, yeah. Ah, cool, man. Like, yeah, everyone has their own tastes and preferences as games. So, you know, do what you enjoy. Like, you know. Yeah, nice. I think, what was the one that there was a PS1 game, and this is probably going to show my age. Oh, man, yeah. I've played demos where it's literally 1 or 2 levels of games, and it's like, please buy the full version. It's like, seriously? I thought I'd get more out of this. But at least, you know, if you got pretty far in it, you get a really good idea of the game under that timer, rather than just having that 1 or 2 levels. But as I was saying, there was this PS1 game, and my dad, I think he still has it. He's got this, it's the joystick, so you'd have 2 joysticks with different buttons all over them. Hey, Game on Steve, how you doing, mate? Yeah, 2 hours in. We'll be going for at least another 2. Yes, Bav, yes. We're just talking video games and what we enjoy playing, Game on Steve. So we've gone through, you know, games that I grew up with, and, you know, we've got Cypher and actual Goldfish in here talking about what they enjoyed, and Bav as well, enjoying more simulator style stuff. So, yeah, that's kind of the discussion we're having at the moment as I assemble Necrons. StarCraft 2 Direct Strike. No, I haven't. I didn't get into StarCraft, but I got into Dawn of War. Too easy, actual Goldfish. No stress at all, mate. Catch you soon. Yeah, no, Dawn of War was actually the precursor to me getting into 40k, or one of them. Because I, you know, as you can probably read on my About Me. Yeah, nice. Nice, Bav. I did play a couple of snowboarding games, but yeah. Not too many that I can remember too well. Chief, it's going well, mate. I'm on to my 3rd Necron. We're talking video games and what we enjoy playing. Yeah, that's fair, Game on Steve. Real life does trump. So, you know, we've each got to, you know, choose what we enjoy. Yeah, nice. That sounds very interesting. Cypher. And it's not just, yeah, that's fair, Steve. Game on, Steve. We're not just talking, like, FPS games either. We're talking all manner of games. Like, Bav enjoys simulator-style games. You know, we've been throwing around RPG-style games as well. Real-time strategy. Like, all manner of different games. So... yeah, I have played Hearthstone, Chiefed. I have played Hearthstone. I do enjoy it. It's somewhat similar to Magic, but also not at the same time. So I do know my way around a Hearthstone fireside gathering. That's for sure. And can hold my own. Oh, nice. Game on, Steve. The original Fallout stuff. I do remember watching some videos on that, and that's proper old school. The real original stuff. I jumped in on Fallout 4 back when the PS4 first came out. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Game on, Steve. Yeah, it's something I wanted to have. I wanted to have the animation. Going on the actual screen, so you'll see all of my new screens and stuff. Yes, you are correct, Game on, Steve. It does dislike it. But it's fine. I'll just allow your messages because I'm here. Yep, Counter-Strike is old school. Top 3 games for me, not including 40k. Now that's hard considering I've been gaming for the past 20 years. And there've been some absolute crackers. I think... oh... oh... okay, make it 5. Alright, that's a bit easier. So... top 5 includes Battlefield 3. I really enjoyed that. Skyrim. Oh, 3 per kind of generation. So like PS2, PS1, PS3, all that kind of stuff, Cypher. Is that what you're more meaning? Because that I can do. That I can do very easily. So... alright. I'll do it that way. What is this console nonsense? Yeah, okay. So, we'll start with PC before I went to console. It was Call of Duty 4 was up there. I really enjoyed Medal of Honor Allied Assault. And then also Battlefield 1942. I would have to say the top 3 initial PC games. Top 3 PS1 games. I'd have to say Spyro. I never got into Diablo, Chiefs. Never. I've never gotten into it. Like, I've been very, like, first-person shooter focused with my game choice. So PS1 was Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, and I can't remember any other ones. So there's those two. I'm sure there's probably some sitting there. Then PS2 games. Yeah, 1942 is so good. I absolutely loved it. I'd play that game for hours on end. Until my parents told me to get off, of course. Duck Hunt. Yeah, that's a good one there, Steve. Game on, Steve. Alright, so PS2. This was around when I was getting into Lord of the Rings, so I absolutely played the living daylights out of Lord of the Rings Return of the King. I played Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth 2. Wait, no, that wasn't on PS2, sorry. Burnout 3. Sarcasm, Steve. Fair. Burnout 3. I absolutely loved that thing. And then it would have been... There's another one. There was actually Ghost Recon on there as well. I just can't remember the full name of it, but there was a Ghost Recon there. Like an actual, like, proper, like, Ghost Recon. Yep, nice. That was one of yours, Cypher. Awesome. For me, then, PS3. Oh, can't go past... Yep, okay. SOCOM Navy SEALs, nice. Chiefed. For me, PS3 was Battlefield 3. Skyrim. And... Oh, what was the other one I was going to say? It was going to be... What else? I played so many PS3 games, that's the problem. So, Battlefield 3, Killzone 2, and Skyrim. That's it. Yeah, hard decisions, yeah. Really hard decisions, Bav. So, Killzone 2, Battlefield 3 and Skyrim. Then PS4, I really enjoy playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I really enjoy... now this is when it starts to get into like Battle Royale genre 1, so... as well. Like I don't play Warzone yet. Battlefield 1 on PS4. I really enjoyed that one. It was great fun, especially multiplayer. There was just some real satisfaction out of playing with different weapons. That just, you know, it was really different as a Battlefield, and I really appreciated the World War I setting as opposed to World War II. And the fact that there was an Aussie mission, a couple of Aussie missions in there as well. And then... I would have to say Shadow of Mordor. The third-person Lord of the Rings game where you play as a wraith. Or you've got a wraith that's with you who's, you know, kind of embodying you, and giving you powers and such, but still Lord of the Rings, still fighting orcs. Like, who doesn't love hacking and slashing orcs? I mean, come on. But then there's also Fallout 4. Like, there's a lot of games that I really enjoy in, like, those genres, but I'd have to say those are my top 3 for each. And now I've come back to PC gaming. So, you know, full circle, right? Yeah, I have it. I've got the second one, I can't remember what it is. There's Shadow of Mordor, and then they brought out the second one last year at some point, I'm pretty sure. So yeah. But, you know, you've got your likes of Fallout, you've got your likes of Doom as well, 2016 Doom and Doom Eternal, and just... yeah, other Call of Duties I really, like, after Black Ops 2, kind of didn't enjoy the Black Ops line. Still enjoy zombies. That's some good fun right there. Had good times playing that on World at War on PC, and even PS3 with mates, but I wouldn't say it's in the top, like, ones that I personally enjoyed. But yeah, there's just, yeah, so many games. Shadow of War was the second one. Okay, Shadow of Mordor was the first one, I believe. Alright, there's that one. Yeah, like, during high school, so my year was the first one to get the laptops rolled out to them. So naturally, my mates being all PC gamers, found a whole bunch of games to put onto them that we could play, and Doom was one of them. And OG Doom at that. So it was good fun being able to play on those. But yeah, no, OG Doom, absolutely loved it. Yep, Wolfenstein, yet another series that is awesome. I did play that when I was younger, the original. But also just recently I got into the new Wolfenstein one as well. Like, I think it's New Order and... I forget what the second one... New Colossus. They're the new ones. And then you've also got Wolfenstein Youngblood, where it's his daughters. I've got that one as well, and I've played that and finished that, and that was good. Those were good fun. Like, man, there are just some great games out there, and you know, there are people that go year on year on year and just buy COD. It's like, seriously, get some diversity in there. So many different games out there. So, do we feel old yet? I'm gonna leave that for everyone else to answer, because I know my answer, and a little, not gonna lie, and I'm only 26, so... Yeah, Game On Steve has dibs on that one. Yep, I do agree. But yeah. Works for everyone. Yeah. I understand that, Chiefs. I was more just saying, if everyone comments, then, you know, it's up to them. Whether they do or not. But, yeah. But I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, hanging out with me. I really do appreciate you guys coming by for the awesome chats. Yeah, awesome, Steve. That's awesome to hear, mate. Glad you're able to get that many minis fully. Yeah, too easy, Cypher. Catch you soon. Yep, that's fair, Chiefs. Yeah, Steve, great to hear that you've been able to smash through that painting over the Christmas New Year break. Oh, yep. Fair enough, Bav. Just give me a hot second here. And I'm going to just pop this guy in, and then I'll stand up and do some... I'll stretch and all that. But also... preempting you on that one, bud. Alright. Oh, I'm just going to stand off to the side. Oh. Yeah, 2.5 hours in. Chief, it's for a RPG game that Steve's playing. Oh yeah, 100%. An actual goldfish, yeah. It's good. We've got a bunch of guys in here that I know from my local gaming scene that are hanging out as well. That love jumping in the streams, so yeah, 100% good times. It's been awesome. Yeah, oh, Chief, I'm the same, dude. When they, like, I said to Lewis at so Lewis is the owner of our local game store, Jolt Games. I said to him, look, if they ever did clones for Legion, I would be hard pressed not buying it. Now, I haven't bought it yet, but there might be one day where I get into Legion purely and simply because of the clones. Because I absolutely love the Clone Wars as the TV show, so... Yeah, oh, Chief, don't worry, so do I. Like, I 100% spend a lot of money at Jolt. So, you're not the only one in that boat, my friend. Alright, that's almost done. I was just sharing where I would be spending more money. But, you know, I've got enough grey plastic that I need to paint up that I don't need PVC plastic too. But I suppose the one big deterrent in terms of getting the clones would be painting white. Actual goldfish, you crack me up. That's hilarious, mate. Technically, yes, he did. Before there were stormtroopers. Oh. Or, oh, there's an episode where there's a bunch of repurposed droids that have been done up by someone. I can't remember, like, fully that episode, but yeah, there's that too for all the droids and everything. But no, I'd probably look to do more of a darker grey color scheme than white. Do something like the clones that are with Plo Koon. Clank. Clanker is a slur, Ben. Clanker. Hey, I didn't say clankers. I just said droids. You're like... Oh, goodness me. For white paint. Yep. Yep. It more wouldn't be like the painting of the white paint, because I would airbrush it. It'd be the touch-ups. That's what would be the rough part. Well, let's I'm gonna change that. There we go. Oh yeah, no. Fully getcha. Fully getcha, Chief. Don't get me wrong at all. I fully getcha. All right. So 44. So we're up to the second last guy for this batch of 5, the Necrons. Alright, now I'm going to ask a painting question of you guys. What is the one colour that you absolutely hate painting, apart from white or yellow? Because those two colours are what everybody hates. I'd love to hear what colours you do not enjoy applying on miniatures. Alright, there's 45. Yeah, orange? Well, I mean, that's fair enough, actual orange. I actually quite... actual goldfish, I should say. I do actually enjoy orange because... That's my Necron color scheme. And it's got orange on it. So... I wouldn't say orange is basically yellow. I would disagree there. Chief Greys, yep. Brown and purple for Game On Steve, yep. That's because of your colour perception, yep. That's fair enough. I think for me, one that I don't enjoy... I would say it's a tone, but that counts, because you still have to paint it on, right? For me, it's purple, actually. I'm not a fan of doing purple. I just find it's a very hard colour to get even and flat. And, you know, depending on... Yeah, technically tones are colours, yeah. So it's like 6 of one, half dozen the other. But yeah, no, I've tried and I can do purple okay. I've learnt how to do it, but I don't necessarily enjoy it. That and like really bright green. I'm not a fan of like really like neon green. Now, of course, I have to deal with bright green because of plasma on my Marines is bright green for the highlights of the coils. But actually, like, getting that brighter green on an actual mini flat and everything, I don't know, just a bit too bright. That's why I didn't want to go for the classic green gorse on my Necrons, and I decided to go with orange. Yeah, that's a good one, Chiefs. What's everyone's least favorite model or army to work on? Yeah, no, actual goldfish. Yeah, new Tesseract. Yeah, that is one thing. It's also like, oh, to paint. Yeah, so least favorite model or army to actually paint. Personally, I've painted a number of different armies for 40k. I'd have to say, painting wise, I actually don't enjoy painting orcs. I just find that they're too, you know, like there's a lot of detail on them for what they actually are. Yeah, guard, repetitive and fiddly. Game on Steve, any Reaper mini? Yep, that's also fair. I mean, if you can find a way to change, like, guard up a bit, then they can be less boring. Or even if you go and get third-party conversion bits for them, would be, you know, one way to spice them up. Like, I think for me, like, I want to eventually do a guard project. But for it, I'm wanting to do it, funnily enough, as we were talking about earlier, horde armies for an actual goldfish. Fair, fair. Yeah, it does depend on the does depend on what you're doing in your guard army though. So the guard army I'm actually wanting to do is actually kind of in like, I'd like to do a Black Hawk Down themed force. So a couple of Valkyries, you know, bunch of transports like Chimeras and Tauroxes and that kind of thing, and for the convoy and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of what I'd want to do. Chiefs would be elves or Tau. Depending, I think for me with elves, it depends on how you take them. Like some people, for example, with Eldar, I've seen people go. Actual golf is 100%. Yep. That's effectively like what I'd like to see. Yeah, I think Tau look like when they're clean and crisp are really good. It's just really hard to get them effectively done. Like not necessarily on the Fire Warriors or their line troops, but more on the suits. Just because there's so much edging, I think that's where you come in and you run into a problem because of needing to do all the panels individually for the edge highlights and making sure that it doesn't spill into the crevice and all this kind of stuff. So, but that being said, each to their own. But yeah, I was getting back to what I was saying about my guard army doing it Black Hawk down themed. Is I'd actually like to get a bunch of like, instead of doing traditional las guns and hotshot las guns and all that, but like get kind of modern weapons from that era. So like your M4s, M16s, like that kind of weaponry, and put them on the guard instead. Just to make them look a bit different to, you know, what everyone else is doing. Paint them up in that Desert Storm camo style as well, and then do all the vehicles, you know, do the Valkyries black, you know, because, you know, Black Hawks were black, and you know, I'd want to figure out something for like the little birds, but I don't know whether I convert the Valkyries into the smaller versions, or whether I do like vultures to do that. I'm more talking yeah, like the actual operation itself was the Gothic Serpent. I was more talking about the Game of Safety. Or are they like a dark grey or something? I'm like, I haven't fully researched it up. I'd proper research it and do it everything, so it looks pretty good. Yeah, I know the Aussie ones are like they're green, but I'm talking the American ones. At least in the film, I'd rather do. Yeah, that's also true, Steve. Yeah, but yeah, I'd make sure I do my proper research in it first to make sure that I've got like all the right colors, and the camo is the is what I was referring to, not the actual operation of the Black Hawk Down mission. Oh, nice, Chief. That's cool. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times too. And whilst, yes, it does count as research, but also, like, you know, there's more than just the film to do research. Actually, funnily enough, I actually did a modern history assignment in year 11 or year 12. I can't remember which one it was. It was year 11. On the actual... Yeah, true. Ridley Scott is pretty good. I actually did... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking they more than likely are, and it's probably just the camera angle of what they had in terms of what they are. Probably the darker blue sounds about right, than or the darker green, because they did show dirt quite easily on them. But yeah, as I was saying, I did a modern history assignment actually on the not just the Black Hawk Down operation, but actually the entire operation itself. Yeah, it does. It does have that blue tint. To it, but I think he's done that for a specific reason. I dare say it's got to do with like realism or something along those lines. But yeah, I did an assignment on it. I was actually really chuffed with it until I got the mark back. Oh gosh, yeah. I remember that part of the film as well. There was the berets for the UN. Yeah, everything's just slightly blue in Somalia. For sure. Oh, that's hilarious. Yes, it would be a lot of white and a lot of light blue. That's for sure. And you could do all different types of skin tones and all different kind of stuff within that as well. You know, if you wanted to go a bit kind of further, you could get, you know, depending on where the squad's from, for example, you could get, you know, I don't know, different weapons, potentially. Depending on the nation that's involved that you're representing, or you could have different squads represent different nations. It's one thing you could potentially do. I'm guessing that's the color. Yeah, Space Kalashnikovs. Yeah, or you got, you know, Space M4s or Space Fowls, or the British ones. Once Interfet changed to UME set. Yeah. I know that you know what you're going on about, Steve, but you lost me for a second there. You lost me. But I'm guessing that's where it's the UN's kind of changed their militaries. SLRs. Yep. See, it's like all these different ideas that you could do with Guard just to change them up. Hey, Big Wacko Jacko, how you going, mate? I'm going well, just building Necrons, and we're currently talking about the potential of doing Guard, Imperial Guard armies based off United Nations forces. Is the current discussion within chat. How about yourself, mate? How you doing? How's your Christmas and your New Year's? Ah, okay, cool. So that's what it was for. Okay. I'm guessing you're referring to the 12-hour stream that I'm doing on Friday, Big Wacko Jacko. I'm close. I've got a lot of building to do. Hang on. Let me... Sorry about that, mate. Just be careful with caps. I've got it in there so people don't, you know, get too aggressive in chat. What are you referring to then, mate? Am I ready? Oh. Yeah. Ah. You've completely lost me, mate. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh! Big Wacko Jacko coming in with the raid. That's what you were referring to, mate. Gosh. Welcome, Raiders. Dusty Telephone, thank you for the follow. Hoo-wee! You guys coming in hot. Oh, Big Wacko Jacko, you did catch me off guard. Thank you for the follow. Valley Dweller, how you doing, mate? Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys had an awesome stream. Hanging out with Big Wacko Jacko. Genuine Vision, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Oh. Mate, you caught me off guard. Something severe. Valley Dweller, thanks. Nah, all good, man. All good. Valley Dweller, thank you for the follow. Everyone that has just followed, welcome. Game on Steve, yep, that's fair. That is very fair. For those who have just who've just come in from Big Wacko Jacko stream, hope you had an awesome stream hanging out with them. My name's Scotty D49. As you can probably see, I'm working on some Necrons at the moment. Yep, 100%. 100%. How was your stream tonight, mate? What were you getting up to? For the love of the bloody hobby, boys. Ooh, yep, 100%. Awesome. Awesome. Glad that it was an awesome stream for you, mate. Were you working on anything in particular? Nice. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. Nice. That's awesome, man. I have seen some really nice color schemes done on the new Fabius Bile. And some people can make him look right and proper disgusting. It's insane. Alright, I'm looking for 50. There's 50A. Where's 50? Just standard 50. There. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you guys were having some good fun painting up some disgusting Fabius Bileness. Too easy, Bav. Thanks for hanging out, mate. I will catch you soon. So yeah, yep, I'll catch you during the 12-hour stream, mate. And that's what I was just about to tell you guys about. Coming up this Friday, I will be doing a 12-hour painting stream where a fellow streamer, Mango Smasher, has challenged me. I was originally going to do 1,000 points of Necrons in that time. He has since challenged me, and I have accepted to try and paint 2,000 points of Necrons in 12 hours. Now, some of you might think that's crazy, that's insane. But I'm going to try and do as much as I can. It'll be my first 12-hour stream that I've ever done. So I'm looking forward to it. And it's, you know, hence why I'm building the Necrons here. It's because I still... Oh, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of it. I took up the challenge. Well, Valley Dweller, I will show you the color scheme, my friend. Is this guy right here. Too easy, Big Wacko Jacko. Thank you for the raid, my man. Have a good night's rest, and thank you. I will hopefully have a great 12-hour stream. So yeah, this is the paint scheme, and then that's the back. So really simple is that I, as Game On Steve has said, lead belcher rattle can. Then, so I spray that, then I dry brush them. Yeah, too easy. Too easy. I'll have to pop in and say g'day on your stream at some point, mate, as well. Got to return the favour. Or return in kind. So, but have a good night's sleep, mate. But yeah, so pretty much all that colour scheme is lead belcher, then I dry brush Rune Fang Steel all over the body to get a brighter silver. So then I hit it with Drakenhof Nightshade all over the body. I then hit the weapon with Nuln Oil twice to really get it nice and dark. But I could also just leave it lead belcher, but then the dry brushing gets a bit how you going, so it's just easier to do the multiple coats of lead belch, of Nuln Oil, sorry. Then I do, what colour is it? It's the one I can't see right now. Skag Brown. Apologies about the sleeve. I do Skag Brown as my orange base coat, and then I highlight, if I choose to, in Jakero Orange. That's the colour scheme. It's really simple. And then the gold is Balthasar Gold with a Agrax Earthshade wash over the top to darken it. That's literally it. It's literally base coats and washes, and then some detail work. So that's kind of the scheme that I'm going for. And so hopefully from there we'll, you know, just keep on keeping on it. And you know, I'm not planning on doing any edge highlights or yeah, nice, Valley Dweller. That's awesome to hear, mate. Like, for me, pretty much I've got 2 Indominus Necron sides that I'll be doing, in addition to an additional box of Warriors and Scarabs. Except I think the only thing I'm not doing is a double Overlord. I think that's... I'm doing the 2 Cryptex, the 2 Scorpec Destroyer Lords, 1 Overlord, 1 Royal Warden, then 50 Warriors. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, as you can see, I'm quite meticulous in terms of my assembly, where I scrape off mold lines and I make sure to go over it quite, you know, quite well. And yeah. And just clean it up nicely, because Nothing's worse than, at least for me. Now, everyone's, again, different in this regard. I don't like getting to a point with a model where I've undercoded it and I see a mold line. That's just me, personally. So that's why I do all this mold line cleanup and make sure it's all nice and clean, because otherwise I don't, I notice them and then I'm like, oh damn, like that's gonna, I'm always gonna see it now whenever I look at it. So it's kind of for my own sanity, but also kind of not, because I just, I'm a bit OCD about these things, but that's fine. Each to their own. But I'm glad that you were able to smash through getting your Indominus stuff done. If you want to send through some photos, man, if you want to jump into my Discord, feel free to post some up in the Warhammer 40k hobbying channel that's there. Yeah, that's what I could do. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm just rather do it at the start rather than having to, because I use, a lot of washes. I don't want to have to repaint over that with lead belcher and then dry brush, then do the washes again. It's just, yeah. I think it's just going to be easier this way, which means even if I don't get everything assembled, that's okay. Like, I'm not gonna, stay up until the wee hours of the morning trying to get it done. It's like, if I get it done, great. If I don't, then you know what? That's fine. I'm just gonna paint up what I actually have got ready to go. So I think the only things that I will probably not assemble will probably, or if I do run out of time, will actually probably be the reanimators out of everything, because I've only got 10 more warriors after these guys, because this is the last one I'm holding right now for this unit. Then I got 6 scarabs, and then characters, and that's it. So, but yeah, that's the current mentality and mindset that I've got about it. Whilst yes, it is a challenge, it's also, something I'm not gonna break myself over doing, because it's my last weekday off before I go back to work next week. So I also, want to enjoy it. Oh, that crack. Just in the top of my shoulders there as well. Is just, fixing that up and just making sure that it's, I'm not completely cramped up. But yeah. Have you got anything else for your Necrons Valley Dweller? Or have you just got the Indominus stuff? But yeah, we're just slowly chipping away. We'll definitely be able to get this second Plasmancer done. I've already done the first one this afternoon. So I'll get him done tonight as well. And that means that maybe once that's done, I'll do some scarabs as well, depending on what the time's looking like. Oh, all good, mate. All good. I will have a look at that in a second. Once I finish cleaning up this arm. Yeah, I'll rehash the question for you so you can. Yeah. Have you got anything else for your Necrons apart from Indomitus? The Indomitus stuff. Ah, all good. Don't stress. So, is the Indominus stuff the only Necrons you've got, or have you got other stuff for your Necrons? Alright. Let's have a look. Where is it? Discard. Yeah, nice. Let's have a look at these. Oh, awesome. Have you used contrast paints? Or are they just using an airbrush? Like, what are your techniques? Because that's looking really good, and I like how you've done the blades as well. Yeah. Okay, I like how you've done your It's all good, actual goldfish, each to their own. Okay, cool. No, that's some awesome techniques there, and I like the way you've done your flayed ones as well, using the Tyranid arm pieces. So... Dude, you've got a lot of Necrons. A heck of a lot of Necrons. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That looks awesome as a full army. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I did see the red ones as well. Oh, nice. Like, even the small snippets that I saw of the red ones as well looked good too, so even though they're not like as close as up as the yellow ones were, they were still, like, even from a distance, like, you could, you know, very similar style, painting style and techniques and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, they look really good. Really good, man. But yeah, and I also think, if I'm correct in thinking, I think that might have, that raid from Big Wacko Jacko, I think that might have actually gotten me over 100 followers. Which is what I was trying to do by the end of the month. I've done it first stream back, which is insane. So again, big shout out to everyone that's come over from his stream, that has followed my channel. Thanks, Valley Dollar. You know, I'm here to share the hobby and you know, share my love of the hobby and gaming, and whether that's tabletop war games or video gaming as well. I just want to, share, my experiences and my enjoyment of stuff with you guys. That's why I do the stream. So, awesome, man. I'll definitely, if you've got the highlights set up, I'll definitely have a look. Because I always like having a look at other people's work, and it's always good to see what everyone else working on. Everyone's got their own different painting style they enjoy, and the way that they like to work. Like, I'm very much, with my Marines, I'm a crisp painter. I prefer to paint things nice and clean. Chief 2 was kicking around earlier in chat. I'm not sure if he's still kicking around. He's very much, with his Marines, he's got, a lot of weathering and more. Chief's still kicking around. Awesome. I was just going to say how your Marines have got a lot of weathering on them and a very different style. And then, then there are other people that, you've got Game on Steve. He's done the Desert Lions, and so they're very much more of a beige, and again, different style there too. So, there's so many different ways that you can do stuff nowadays. It's just absolutely awesome. So, but yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream and hanging out and chilling with me. If you have any questions for me, or anything like that, you want to get to know me a bit better, feel free to ask away. As I've got in my description, questions are always welcome in my stream, and no question is a stupid question. So, but yeah, I think I might take a quick break after I finish this guy. My neck's just starting to hurt a little bit. Yes, me and Mango Smasher will be going simultaneously, which means that so I'll be starting up at 10 AM Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Over in the UK for him, that's 11 PM. Or close to it. So he's going to be doing a 2,000 point Necron force as well. So we're both doing the exact same challenge at the exact same time. We're going to be on voice chat through Discord with each other, and we'll have you guys in chat to chat with and hang out and keep us going throughout the day. I'm going to see about potentially doing a clock, but I need it to be able to pause, because I'm going to pause the timer for when I do meals and everything. I'm not going to do just 10 AM to 10 PM. I want to be able to take breaks and not have that eat out of my time. So that's what I'm wanting to do. I've got to look into that though. Who knows, I might just do a browser source and bring in Google Timer. Might be a way to do it. But yeah. So, and then I'll probably have a hobby tip of the week sitting in there, more than likely. because that's something I like to do. Is, you know, share some hobby experience and hobby tips with you guys, because, you know, we've got a couple of guys in chat like Bav, who was here earlier. There's one of the other guys that is a part of my community, Jensen. He's also relatively new to the hobby, so I've been in this hobby for close to, probably around 15 years. And so with that experience, I also want to share that with newer people, who are getting into the hobby and, want to learn and want to improve their skills or want to get help around certain things. And so that's, also what I'm all about. But yeah, so just doing the last chest plate on this last Necron, then I will glue all their feet down onto the base before I do take a quick break just to stand up and stretch and all that. So but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ah, Spartakin coming in hot. Hosting with one viewer. How are you doing, mate? Hello, Spartakin. How are you going, my friend? No worries at all. How have the streams been going for you this week so far? Hey, Mika, however you pronounce that, I'm sorry. Mika AIOWO. Mikiao, I think. Thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. Ah, haven't streamed yet. Okay, cool. Just needed a break after the massive 30-hourer. Mikai, oh wow. Ah, but Meek would be fine. No, it's too easy. I generally will shorten it as well, Meek. So that makes things easier. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, congrats on announcing the YouTube channel with the boys, Spartakin, and with Mango as well. I will differentiate boys and girls. I did make sure to head over and subscribe as well. Yeah, they did a 30-hour stream. Well, I mean, Mango Smasher did. I'm not sure if... Yeah, that's fair, Spartakin. Look after yourself, hey, mate. Just, always put your health first. It's always important to make sure you're looking after yourself. Nah, no worries. No worries at all, mate. I'm always, we're all in this, community together. We're all trying to, carve out our own slice of the pie. Yeah, paint till you drop. Cool. So I'm sure there was probably a point where you painted till you dropped. And you probably did drop at some point. So, which is fair. 15 hours, yeah, that's huge day. That's a huge stream. Because you would have started at what, 6 p.m. your time? At night, 6, 7 p.m.? yeah, so straight away that's you know, that's already into the next day. Hey Mick, that's awesome. I'm glad that you know, you've just gotten into the hobby, and you know that's one of the kind of goals of my channel is that, you know, for new people like yourself, is to have a place to come and ask questions, to come and, you know, speak with someone who, you know, is able to help you straight away. That's my whole kind of ethos with streaming. And the community is good. Like, you know, something that I at least foster here on the stream is, you know, is everyone respects each other, everyone treats each other like they would expect to be treated in return. You know, I don't tolerate anything different. So, yeah. Like, as I've said to some of the newer guys, if you jump in the Discord, you know, and just if you have any questions or anything regarding hobby stuff, post up in there, you know, and I'll get to it myself, or someone else will, you know, jump in as well, and you know, will assist. Because that's the kind of community that I'm fostering and that I want to see. So yeah. Yes, that is a fair question from an actual goldfish. What army are you planning on building and starting up? Alright, so now I'm just gluing the feet onto the bases, just to break up the cleaning. What do you mean? Sparky? What do you mean? In what regard? Be like yourself and Mango? Yeah, Mick, that's a good place to start. Like it can be a bit overwhelming. Yes, that won't be me. I can tell you now. That definitely will not be me, Spartakin. Yeah, awesome, Meek. That sounds cool. The best advice that I can give you is the what we call the rule of cool. Is if you think it's cool, go with it. You know, everyone has got their own take on the hobby. Everyone's got different things that they enjoy, that they prefer. Ah. Actual goldfish, yep. That, you know, I do agree with that worldview, but then also it's like Necrons are like Terminator. Like, that's what I'm all about as well. No, he's got Meek, what Spartacan's referring to is, and Chief's commenting on, is that two other streamers, Spartacan, who's currently in chat, and Mango Smasher, another streamer, they've got 8,000 miniatures for two different armies in Age of Sigma. In Warhammer Age of Sigma, that's what they're talking about. For just two armies alone. And Chief is correct in that that is insane. So yeah, it is absolutely insane. Yeah. Sorry, Valley Dweller, I'm gonna... Yes, that is also true. Having a stupid amount of minis does, you know... I have not got a stupid amount. I have started to, in terms of my Marines. But, yeah. It's, slowly getting there. Sorry, I'm just doing something quickly because your messages all decided to delete Valley Dweller due to use of caps. But it's fine now. I fixed it. All good. My Nightbot, I've got it set up because, you know, in online, people like to use caps to express anger, and that's something that I don't want to necessarily have on my my channels, so I'm just deciding not to have it. So, yeah, that's true, Chief. That's definitely. Yeah, it did. It nukes everything for you. So I just went through and undid it. So I'll have to look into that and fix it up a bit, but that's fine. Yeah, Meek, it is. And Spartacan, sorry, I didn't get back to you. Yeah, you guys having high hopes for me. We might see how it goes. Ah, that's awesome, Meek. That is awesome to hear. That you're trying to just find as many different hobbies. So many different things that have, yeah, that you're enjoying. But yeah. Alright, so that's them done. So that's 10 more down. That means 10 warriors left. So I'm going to put that guy aside for now. And then we'll pull this guy over. Where is it? Where is he? There he is. Yep, Valley Dweller has got a good point for you, Meek. Oh goodness, Sparky. Man, you guys. I'm nowhere near that. And you guys think I'll get there? Oh. But yeah, no, definitely agree that you know, Warhammer Underworlds is a good starting point. Okay. Oh gosh, Spartacan, mate. And make anytime you're in chat, if you have questions, ask away. That's why I constantly keep the questions welcome up, so that yeah, if you do have those questions, you can just ask and not feel like, you know, you're having to bother, you know, I know it mightn't feel like this, but you know, it's just I don't know where everyone's at, and you know, sometimes people will ask questions they won't get answered, which does suck. Whereas for me, I just want to, you know, if you have questions, ask away. You know. But yeah. Oh, the Spartacan and Chiefed. You boys. Lots of mini talk about how many points. Both of you got over 300,000, and that is insane. That is absolutely insane. Just saying. And yes, I would agree, Chiefed. Table space. More table space. Now I'm going to transition back because I'm now clipping out the parts for this dude. So the Plasmancer is now the model that I'm building. Okay. But I mean, for you you guys, I mean, if you look at Mango Smasher and what his setup's got, he's got a huge setup. Too easy meek, no stress. Thank you, and I hope to see you in chat sometime soon, my friends. Hope you have a great rest of your night or day or afternoon or morning, wherever you are in the world. Okay, then I need this one. Oh gosh. Oh goodness me. Look, I'm gonna be honest, Spark. If my wife found out I spent that much on a mini, yes, I mightn't be streaming anymore. But yes, to reiterate Chief's question, for that price, what are you looking to purchase? If you would like to share, that is. Ah, gosh. Didn't mean to hit that. Ah! That now makes sense. In terms of Thunderhawks, that's probably about 2 to 4 Thunderhawks would be my guess, because I know they're $1,000 Australian. I'm not sure how much they are in euros. So, but yeah, it's just an insane amount. So Yep, 4 Thunderhawks. I thought it'd be somewhere around there. 2 to 4. Which is still insane, Spartakin. That's insane, buddy. But still, it also makes sense because those models. Yeah, that is exactly what that model is, Chief. Got it right. Hit the nail right on the head there. But yeah. Alrighty. Oh gosh. Oh, it's getting late. It's almost 11 o'clock over here. Which I know it's probably nothing for, you know, the likes of Spartakin, who's, you know, went well into the morning the other week. But for me, that's you know, it's pretty late normally. Alrighty. Alright. Slowly getting this guy cleaned up. Yep, that's fair enough, Spartakin. Alrighty. Yeah. Oh. No, that's. I think I have heard you reference them on your streams, Spartakin. At times, so yeah. Good on you for soldiering through and keep on going. Yeah. I personally, I'm the oldest of 3 boys, so I you know. But in terms of being a single parent, I could imagine it's quite hard. So all the more power to you, bud. All the more power to you. Yeah, nice. Hugo Strange. He is a funny character. And really creepy too. Yeah, 100%. Oh. That's the last of my water, actual goldfish. I'm gonna have to refill it at some point. No worries at all, Chiefs. Get a good night's sleep in for work tomorrow. Hope you have a great day. And yeah, I will catch you on Friday at some point, I am sure. Thanks for hanging out, mate. Really appreciate it. Yeah, nice game on, Steve. That's awesome. Yep. Yeah, too easy, Chief. Have a good night, mate. In terms of Necrons I've got left, I have got... This is the second Plasmancer that I'm building. I've got 10 warriors. Yeah, too easy, Valley. Thanks for hanging out, mate. I really appreciate it. I hope to catch you some point soon. And I might, depending on, I'll check out your page and, might pop by one of your streams one time if timing lines up. But get some sleep in. Hopefully work's not too rough for you tomorrow. Spartacan, in terms of building, 10 warriors, 6 scarabs, 1 Scorpec, Destroyer Lord, and then I've got another Overlord that I don't think is in the lists. I can just check that right now. And then the other ones would be the 2 Reanimators, which I'm not actually sure I'm going to be able to get to. Or, yeah, I'm not certain on it. Yeah, so there's only 1 Overlord. So yeah, 1 Overlord in the list, so I don't have to build the second one. So yeah, 10 warriors, 6 scarabs, Destroyer, Lord, 2 Reanimators. But I need to have it done by Thursday, because Thursday is when I'm doing all the undercoating, when I'm doing all the lead belcher on them. So I think I mightn't actually get the Scorpec, not the Scorpec Destroyers, the Reanimators done. Because they're just such big models and I'm just so meticulous with mold lines that it just takes me too much time to do it. So I think if any models don't get done, it's going to be those 2. But I know Mango's been absolutely smashing through getting his stuff ready to go. So we shall see how it all pans out at the end of the day. I just, my shoulder likes to play up on me sometimes, and it's playing up on me a little bit right now, where it just likes to have a little bit. Of course he's done with prep. I'm not surprised in the slightest. But also you guys do like stream every night, or most nights, so yeah. So the neck and the back is the neck and the shoulders what's really is hurting me at the moment. Of course he was ready. Of course he was. So but yeah, I'll definitely be looking after myself in this process. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go ahead and wreck myself to do this. Like, if I end up doing, like, if it ends up, I don't know, 1750 points for me, then, you know, that's what it is at the end of the day. I'm not gonna push myself to do it. I'll just do what I can at the end of the day. At least that's my mentality. Oh, actual goldfish. No weakness. Oh, look. I'd absolutely love to do that, my friend. So, yeah, it actually gets quite bad, and it hurts quite a lot. I haven't got snacks ready or anything yet. That's kind of the plan for Thursday as well. But, you know, kind of start at 10, have lunch at 12, then kind of get up and stretch every hour and just have a quick, you know, drink and stretch as well. 7,500 points by Thursday. Oh gosh, no, I don't even own that many points. Actual goldfish. But yeah, in terms of snacks, I'll have healthy stuff like cashew nuts and beef jerky and that kind of stuff. Yeah, every hour I'll hydrate. All I'm hearing is excuses. Yes, well, all you're hearing is the blatant cries of my my wallet at the moment. Because that is what would hinder me from getting that many points. Is my wallet. I think I'm just gonna take a quick break. Just stretch it out. But yeah, so I'll roughly figure it out. Don't get me started about my car. I've had enough of that thing in the past 2 weeks that it's a pain in the ass. Oh, actual goldfish, you're hilarious, mate. Yeah, I will. I'll make sure I've got something there for sugar just in case as well. Yeah, that's what I'll be munching on most of the time is nuts. Nuts and beef jerky. But yeah, the plan is to do 5 warriors and then do another unit to kind of break it up. So rather than just go full on slog through 50 warriors, I'm gonna break it up a bit, do 5 warriors and then do another unit. 5 warriors, then another unit. Just so then that's, you know, 10 different units and I've got at least 1, 2, I'm also not doing the warden, the second warden. Yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 other units, so I can start off with something that isn't warriors and I'll end with something that isn't warriors. Is kind of the plan. So let's have a look. Let's have a gander. Game on, Steve. Oh, yep, that went. General gaming. Ah, yes. Hugo Strange. Oh, but I think I'm pretty knackered. I did a bunch of hobby work today as well. I got another one of awesome game on Steve. Awesome. He's looking good. Touch ups to really get him there. I did a bunch of hobby work today as well, but the gym has just carked me out. I'll probably finish this guy off tomorrow and probably do 3 scarabs and try and get 10 warriors done and just try and chip away at stuff. But that's the plan. That is the plan for the 12-hour stream on Fridays. Just try and get stuff done and work through it and slowly chip away. Alright. Now, good thing that wasn't on screen when I just kicked it. Yep, that's fair. Game on Steve, that's fair. I'm going to try and get as much as I can done. If there's stuff I don't get done for Friday, then there's stuff I don't get done for Friday. I'm not going to force myself to into a bad shape and go into it not feeling the greatest. I'd rather go in a good spot. So, with that in mind, I'm going to let you guys know what's happening for the rest of the week. As we've been talking about, Friday's going to be a 12-hour stream. We're going to be kicking off at 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time. It's going to about 10, maybe 11, maybe 12, who knows, on Friday night. It's going to be a long day, a long stream. We're going to be slogging through, working on this Necron army that I've been building frantically. Then on Saturday, now there won't be any Saturday morning hobby stream. Just be aware of that. There won't be a Saturday morning hobby stream because of the 12-hour stream on Friday night. With this in mind, I am actually going to be streaming on Saturday night though, and this is going to be the first time in a while I've done this, but I'm going to be doing an Escape from Tarkov gaming stream with a good mate of mine, the Goodest Boy. We're going to be jumping on, spin a fresh wipe, which means everyone's been reset, but people are still leveled up massively already. We're going to jump in and we're going to take it a Tarkov University style. I'm going to run through, very educational, very explaining stuff to you guys, what we're actually doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it, and it's going to be one particular thing per raid, things like that. We're going to bring it to you guys, and that's going to start 7 p.m. as well, Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Times on Saturday. Going forward, I'm hoping to actually have a weekly schedule, so Tuesday nights, you can always, hopefully, I've got to speak with the wife, make sure she's all good with it, but there'll either be a hobby night on Tuesday night, or we'll have Tuesday night fight night, where as a part of my local gaming league, I'll stream my game of 40k, and we're kicking around, playing 40k, having some good fun. Friday nights will always be hobby night. You can always count on those being hobby night. Then Saturdays will be either Saturday morning hobby as well, or we might go Saturday morning gaming and mix it up. It also depends on when I can get some mates on to play other games, if I'm getting them on to play games with me as well. Like Tarkov, I'd rather play that with friends rather than by myself. That's just the style of game it is. I prefer, playing with mates. That's pretty much it for me. If you want to jump in the community a bit more, hit !Discord in chat. That'll give you the link to my Discord. On my profile on Twitch, you'll see the link to my Facebook page and my Instagram that is now up. I've got stuff going on there. If you want to head over there, hit like. Thanks, Spartakin, for the Discord link. I think it's !socials as well for Facebook. That'll be there. Facebook and Instagram is primarily where I am posting up my schedule, what I've been doing. There'll be stories of me, whether that's doing hobby stuff or whether that's hitting the gym, when we're about to go live, things like that. Game on Steve. Tarkov University is #1 university in Novisk. Get your degree and don't be a scav. So yeah, Spartakin just hit socials. That's the Facebook. I've got to update that to have Instagram as well. But I'll start doing stories for when we're about to go live. Things kind of like that, so that you guys can be aware when I'm going live, when you can tune in for content. I'm also working on YouTube as well, getting content up there once a week, once a fortnight in terms of videos. That'll be primarily where you'll be able to see, as well as on Twitch, in terms of highlights. But the Scotty D's hobby tip of the week will be up on there. Then the Tarkov University raids will be up there, broken down a bit. Things like that. That's what I'm planning on doing for content on YouTube, which means I've got to learn how to edit videos, which is going to be a Thursday job as well. But it's gonna be good fun. So that's it for tonight. I'm gonna quickly find somebody on Twitch to go raid in the Warhammer directory, and we shall see who is on that I can jump in. Let's go a smaller one. Game on Steve knows all about Tarkov by looks. Lectures will be in factory, practicals in the lab, meals in the woods. With Jaeger as well in woods. Eating trees. Okay. So, we're going to go. I'm going to send you guys over to. Now, I'm going to have to do something quickly. Where are we? I'm going to have to mute that to unmute site for Twitch. I'm just quickly doing it on my computer, guys, that I've got up. We're going to go, and where's someone that's got sub 10? We're going to go raid Heralds of War. So I'm just getting ready to hit up their stream. I'll bring it up, but I'll mute it for now. Oh, there they are. I'll mute it for now, and I'm gonna hit the raid on him. All right. So we're gonna head over there. That is gonna be the end of the stream for this evening, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll be in Heralds of War's chat for a bit as well, just to, you know, hang out. But apart from that, thanks for joining me this evening, and I shall catch you guys on Friday morning from 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Catch you soon.